Okay. I'm liking this model of I start my starting soon early, like really early, and then I can run an extra ad, and then I take care of more stuff in the morning. So you guys get less ads, I get more chores done because I'm rushing to start stream. It just works. It just works. Yeah, I'm out of breath because I was running around doing stuff, being productive. Ah, no lung capacity. How's everybody doing? Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Good to see all of you. We got Itsukato, Ember, Chaos Alpha. I hope you feel better, Ember. And Chaos Alpha, it is good to see you. Hope you're well. Roddy, fan. Is this Wonderlands? I'm waiting for the people to be like, oh, why'd you quit streaming Wonderlands? You get one every time. J-Bridge, New Mexibet, Priz. Oh hey, it's a firepower build. Hyperstripper to tell us it's a melee build. It's mostly anomaly. Mostly. Moving today, it's gonna suck, but then be great after. Finally use my PC again this afternoon. Let's fucking go, Carter. Let's go. I'm glad you're finally getting that resolved. Cat, are you good? Okay, he's just catting. Glad you're getting that resolved. That's awesome. Good to hear. Gage, how you doing? Kitty, good to see you. Hope so too. It's about to leave for work, start puking my guts out. Ooh, that's never good. That's always a bad sign of something. I hope that clears up soon. Hydrate lightly. I've been trying to drink more water too, so I've been telling people to drink more water to try to trick myself into it. It's partially selfish, but mostly out of concern for you. Hey Zank, how you doing? I was gonna ask you about why you... yeah. Gonna run, enjoy stream. Take it easy, Chris. See you later. Doing good. Getting up in the Chaos Chamber Hammer Circuit now. How are you? I'm doing great. Doing great. Been looking forward to just chilling, playing some Outriders on stream with you guys. Yes, Kevin, I'm explaining. Um, I'm doing melee Devastator stuff. Now, I've kept myself like 90% unaware of what other Devastators are doing. I only check to make sure I'm doing something at least slightly different, because I like being a little bit different. Call it me being a contrarian, call it me just, I don't know, whatever you want. But I like being a little bit different in the games I play. So, we're doing Devastator stuff. I'm on Apocalypse Tier 30, close to 31, close-ish. So, we'll probably roll over to 31 during today's stream. Just gonna do some expeditions, some trials. I'm on the hunt for some extra gear for various builds, but also for this one. And just trying different things out as we go. Once again, if anyone is interested in World Slayer, Outriders plus World Slayer, I do have an affiliate link, exclamation point Outriders. I receive compensation when you purchase through that link, thanks to Square Enix. Quag the shit poster. Call it being Quag Chad. Ready, I'm a solo player, still on the fence about it, so I never played Outriders. I'm primarily a solo player as well, Zank. I very infrequently play with friends in games in general. So I can attest that a solo player still has a lot of fun in this game. Let's do the thing. Morning, Fatal. How you doing? Good to see you. It's hot in here. I might need to turn fan or AC on or something. Only gripe I have is quest markers. Quest markers are kind of, yeah. Alright, so, brief build explanation before I start actually playing. I'm experimenting with things as I go, so like my boots mod, it changes pretty frequently. My weapons change pretty frequently. Sometimes my skill tree and stuff change. But don't let these stats fool you. This is a melee build, okay? Don't let the fact that my firepower is higher than my anomaly power fool you into thinking that this isn't a melee build, okay? I need you to trust me. Trust me. So basically, what we're doing is I really like the Marshal set for this because we use endless mass to pull enemies together. We make them share weapon and anomaly damage. Also, martial armor just rules favorable stats. Like you got anomaly power cooldown reduction skill leech, then anomaly power cooldown reduction skill leech, and then anomaly power cooldown reduction skill leech. Just good stats on those with favorable mods for what we're doing. Um, Interestingly, this mod, Magma Shelter here, it doesn't just do what it says it does. So it says your melee skill creates an explosion, dealing damage based on bonus firepower within a 2-meter radius. If enough space is available, creates a cover made of magma. Few things. One, I don't care about the cover at all. We don't use it. It's whatever. I don't care. Two, the bonus damage dealt by it is nice. It is secondary to other things, but we do scale a little bit of firepower for its benefit. Cool. The other thing it does is it makes your melee animation like really fast. Like really, really fast. The normal punch is pretty slow. The concussioner set animation is even slower. Um, but or not the concussioner set, the mod from the gloves from the concussioner set, I should say more accurately. But Magma Shelter melee is like real fast. More to Legged Table, how you doing? So we're doing a bunch of shenanigans with converting armor piercing into resist piercing into anomaly power into firepower. To boost various things. We got a ton of anomaly. I'm not using the PAX tree shenanigans that most devs are using to like delete things. I'm going the top PAX tree because I like being weird. So let's start the expedition. Frontline, beautiful. I love frontline. So quirky, I'm not like the other girls.
I hope you're in the mood to dish out.
You want me to raise your soldiers' morale? There's no one left.
Now you know the clusterfuck I'm dealing with.
So the punch is real fast with Magma Shelter. Like, real fast. And incidentally, I do have enough firepower in this build to occasionally actually kill something with my gun. That's what that 2.5 mil shot was from. But I'm mostly just not shooting and using my guns as stat sticks for various tomfoolery shenanigans.
Artillery support incoming!
Balderdash, hogwash.
Coast looks clear. That's one of our pods. Whether it's landed on the insurgent side. Can't
Malarkey. Ah, good one. This one's not going to be particularly fast because 'tis the warm-up, and I'm not really playing optimally, but I'm having fun punching things. I need to shoot more for optimal clear speed. Bullshit. Yeah, fan, it's bullshit. Hey Jester, how you doing? Need more words for nonsensical, whimsical fun? We do.
you again. Could have wasted your last word.
Oh, my game's stuttering so much right now. Walker. I can finish that a whole minute faster, but meh. Yeah, trademark. Trademark. Hey Al, how you doing?
Fought last time? The one who nearly buried me alive?
Am I gonna have to dig
I also
you out
didn't
of the
manage
rubble?
my
This time, he's sung his last.
first things first very well.
Great!
So like,
Then
this is
out
with it
of
off,
curiosity, can you
but if I
why that bomb
reload,
didn't land with the
and
rest
first
of them?
things first lasts until you consume it, so it's extra, it's 50% more armor piercing, and that brings me up to, without interacting with enemies, 120 armor piercing. I'm running, where is it? Where is it? There it is. No resistance against the fortified. Converting my armor piercing into resist piercing at a 1-to-1. So that means I have 160% resist pierce without active buffs. I get 15% more for punching enemies and just doing other things. And then my AP gets increased by 50% of my resist piercing, so it's a pretty big anomaly power bonus just for not shooting my gun. But I shoot this one for Mage's Rage for more anomaly power, so it's a little juggling. I don't really need to do the juggling against anything except bosses, though. My mobbing damage is high enough. Let me out. Hey, Raise Dev. How you doing? I can't decide if I want the mod that gives my melee 25% more damage and then a lot more range, or if I want the one I'm using right now for a big anomaly power bonus for enemies being close to me. Because anomaly power boosts other things. Like this untamed power, that gets boosted by anomaly power. So does my Grav Leap, so does my Endless Mass. It just kind of boosts everything instead of just my melee. Anomaly power even boosts my guns, because I have some firepower conversion from Anomaly. Hey Higgybrit, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad-free viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world. Alright, how are you? I'm doing great. Just a nice chill Saturday. Low energy, but that's okay. The emotes do bang. I'm very proud of my emotes. A lot of talented artists I'm proud to call friends have done a lot of good work for me. Notice, I have like nothing for anomaly extract. I really need to farm more of that. I keep experimenting with different things and just burning all of my resources. Quack Channel was my most used. Let's go. Boomtown. Do a quick Boomtown. Boomtown's always fun. Yeah, the biggest reason I ever went for, like, partner on Twitch is because I just wanted more emote slots. I'm thinking about setting some sort of incentive for the 24-hour stream if we also, like, get enough subs for new emote slot. But that'd be a lot. Because I want a new emote. But that's just my circular emote addiction. Sometimes just flares up, you know? Grab leap targeting, never changed. Hey Penguin, thank you for the Prime in the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just kind of strolling through this. This first room could be a lot faster, but it's also just funny to disrespect it like this. All the emotes. It's not letting me travel at the end of a giant zone. Oh no. Boomtown time? Yeah, Rohit. How you doing? 4 is actually super helpful. Thank you. Slow Boomtown. That's okay. We're still warming up.
What the hell is that?
Fastest I've gotten on this build, this was back at Apocalypse 29, but I got a 357 with this build here.
It's like I wandered into some maniac's
That was
idea of
fun.
a party. Would you look at that? There's a pod here.
Hey Pupty, how you doing? Tatsu, good to see you.
Alter.
Want to show them the setup you have going? Yeah, I'll show it after. Reckless Monster.
Vesper is so hot. Never in the history of gaming has there been a hotter character. She is more than an anime girl to me, she is a person. The devs know what they did with that character. The craftsmanship of her character surpasses everything I expected.
Reckless Monster, you think if we played our cards right, she would inflict a devastating blunt force injury to our heads? Cause like, I'm hoping. Thank you so much for the 1 year and the shitpost. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The bandits
Thank
are
you so
taken
much.
care of.
Hit the goal, we did,
That's
Tatsu.
clear.
We did.
Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents.
Farts indeed. Thank you for the 3 months and the prime, Tatsu. I appreciate it.
Thought they'd get an easier time, but Porrick
Down
just
bad, down
posted them
horrendous.
Right back to the front. Instead, they took off and settled down in my territory. Why?
Fuck was that damage? I didn't set up my buffs well. I could have done more damage or done that damage faster. But we're in the warm-up phase. Point is, Dev Melee is really good. And I am intentionally making suboptimal choices for flavor, and it's still really good. The Marshal set is real nice. So weirdly, I'm finding that the Marshal set is just way better for melee than the actual melee set, that being Concussioners. Probably because Concussioners requires you to take a lot of damage and then stack a lot of armor. But with Marshals, you can just stack AP as normal, and it doesn't require you taking damage. It requires multiple targets for the set bonus itself to do anything to help you, but it also just rolls good mods. And the basement not down enough. Thank you guys for all the support so far today, though. I do appreciate it. It's nice to see people show out on Variety Day, just in general, but on Variety Day also. Good for the self-esteem, etc. Inventory management real quick, but yeah, the setup, Rohith, I'm running Marshal helmet, Marshal armor, Marshal waistcloth, so I have that set bonus. What that does is enemies that I pull with endless mass will link some damage between each other, What that basically means is that Endless Mass itself is able to kill large groups, but also if I go and like punch or leap at something that I've pulled Endless Mass, that whole group just kind of dies. What's the build I want to nerf? Earthquake and Impale can do some nutty stuff with the PAX stuff if you go for this progression through PAX tree. These two nodes, Earthquake and Impale, do kind of crazy, silly nonsense. You can also get Boulder Dash to a point where it's not quite as high, but it does similar stuff. So going to either of these PAX nodes kind of just breaks the game. So I'm doing not that. Hey, Pupty, thank you for the tier 2. What are you doing? Tier 2? Thank you so much for that extra support. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Kevin, stop eating my foot. I need that to, like... Well, actually, I don't really need that for much. Okay, go ahead. Thank you so much, Pupty. Hey, Lazy. How you doing? As someone who hasn't touched Outriders at all, would you recommend the game? Absolutely. If you like just building, it's the same part of my brain that really likes building in lands games.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
If you like builds, yes. If you like big numbers, that too. That too. Thank you again, Pumpty. I really appreciate it. I'm tired. Get some more sleep, Sora. Working, so I figured why not watch someone play Outriders, because I won't be doing it anytime soon. Understandable. But yeah, so Magma Shelter, this mod here, gives you bonus damage on your melee that scales up with the firepower. So because I happen to have a lot of firepower, that's just extra damage. It also makes your melee animation like super duper fast. And I have Anomaly Echo on this piece, which is extra for both halves of that. Wide Horizons makes Endless Mass very reliable. Marshal's Waistcloth, I took Unstoppable Force there so that my Resist Pierce scales up my Anomaly power. Concussioner's Gauntlets. Now, obviously, I'd prefer something with Anomaly power primary here, but this already rolled Martial Arts and Power Simulation, so I just stuck Double Jump on that. And then Concussioner's Boots also just for the mods. Untamed Power triggers on melee as well. And because we're meleeing so frequently, we get so many Untamed Power triggers that it makes up a lot of our damage. Danger Close is Anomaly Power, so it scales up not only our melee, but our Endless Mass and Untamed Power as well. Weapons-wise, I have a purple tack rifle with armor piercing primary. It rolled Anomaly Enhancement in the APOC slot, which firepower is not only scaling up our guns, but it's scaling up our Magma Shelter. Snow Squall is just kind of there, but Mage's Rage is great. It's a huge Anomaly power bonus just for critting, lasts a long time. In this slot, I have a one-shot rifle that rolled First Things First, AP primary as well, or not AP, armor piercing. So basically, if you prime First Things First but don't consume it, it's just another 50% AP, and I keep saying AP. Armor piercing is AP, but people call Anomaly power AP. Ugh. Basically, I'm converting armor piercing into resist piercing, and resist piercing into anomaly power. Also, resist piercing just helps me, so it's a good stat stick to hold. I kind of juggle my weapon to that when I'm bossing. And then I have Rad Splash on a Torment and Agony if I want extra damage. Like, if I get silenced, then I switch to my pistol and just reload it. Experimenting with a lot of that stuff. Endless Mass, Reflect Bullets, Grav Leap. Reflect Bullets is just there for Paladin. Fairly straightforward skill tree. You get a lot of Resist Pierce in this build. Need the weapon mod that increases firepower or AP based on number of skills on cooldown. Death Renome. Death Renome would be better than Anomaly, or not Anomaly Enhancement, Snow Squall or Storm Whip here. But the thing with Death Renome is I don't often have stuff on cooldown. Like, Endless Mass doesn't spend very long on cooldown at all in mobbing. But in bossing, it's usually just available. So, because you can't use it on the same target that many times. It just doesn't let you. So, and then Reflect Bullets isn't ever on cooldown either. So I would really only get the benefit consistently for my Leap being on cooldown. I don't know if Death or Gnome would be that helpful here. I could make it work. I would have to change my skills. Boss left on Tuesday, so I'm doing his job as well as my own. But you're not getting paid for that, so don't do it then. Simple as that. If your boss's boss wants you to do the work, then guess what? Never be more valuable an employee than they will treat you based on. Like, do what you were paid for. Going above and beyond is great, but if they are not giving you appropriate compensation that you can, live off of, fuck them. It's in my contract is one of those I have to do what I'm told clauses. That sounds like a them problem. Forget to give $10 every month, so this is how I remember it. Thank you, Pup T, I appreciate it. I mean, the mod gives AP if you have at least 2 skills off cooldown, firepower, at least 2 skills on cooldown, so you always get at least 1 or 2. Yeah, that's Death or Gnome. Grabby Wizard. Here, I will pull it up. What does it look like? I don't remember what it looks like, but I remember what it does. Which one is it? Wish you could search in this menu. That'd be so nice. Somewhere in this region, right? There it is. Yeah. This one. As your cat? Cats are good. This one, Kevin, is being super vocal lately. He's a bit of a diva, but yeah, they're good. They're good. So, like, for me to get the firepower bonus, 2 skills got to be on cooldown. Otherwise, I get the anomaly bonus. So, like, that is going to sometimes be on. In mobbing, that's usually gonna be on firepower. But on bossing, that'll be on anomaly power. So that would be better than Snow Squall, like I said. But currently, Mage's Rage and Anomaly Enhancement both give me more. Because I get a lot of firepower from Anomaly Enhancement. Like, a lot. So I would want Death or Gnome. I just can't get it yet. Just prepping for a week off in 2 weeks right now, so if I can fix that this weekend, I don't have to call them in during my week off. Do what you gotta do, Tatsu. Firepower still boosts your mag melee, right? So it's a small bonus to get a perfect roll. Exactly. The firepower boosting magma is why I'm running anomaly enhancement.
You want me to raise your soldiers
But also, because I have so much firepower with that on, it does give me the option to shoot. So often for single enemies, I will just shoot. Especially because my Pax node gives me auto crits if my kinetic skills hit less than 3 enemies. And I need to shoot anyway for Mage's Rage, at least every once in a while. How you doing? Enjoying Outriders? Enjoying it a lot, Sybil. Enjoying it a lot. You know me. I like weird build crafting. And World Slayer really increased build diversity in this game by quite a lot. Just damage is much easier to access, but they did also spread out survivability options. Like, I'm not using the bleed heal, which is what a lot of people crutched on pre-World Slayer. People who weren't particularly well-geared. Hi, I'm people. But I don't need to do that anymore, because I just have so much skill leech, and I'm constantly using skills now. Like, I never have downtime. I can always activate something. Makes melee so slow in this game, see everyone using melee. Do you? I don't see many people using melee at all. Melee scales with anomaly power. So builds that build around anomaly power for their active abilities are also boosting their melee. And then there's stuff you can inherently use for melee, such as the magma shelter mob that I have is what makes my melee animation so fast right now. And I have another one to reduce the cooldown, so I'm able to activate it that frequently. You need both of those together to get this level of spam. Straggler. Will you see some FP buffs in the coming months? For what class? Might be seeing everyone using Boulder Dash, which will look like melee. Yeah, it's funny, because I started out using Boulder Dash because I was like, hey, this is cool, this is finally usable. And then the people slowly started getting bored of Impale and Earthquake and started moving to Boulder Dash, and were like, wait, no, now I don't want to do it.
And naturally it's landed on the insurgent side.
So I'm not now. Boulder Dash just has a bugged interaction. Isn't it just the PAX node's fault? It's not going to be a fast front line. Trickster, I think, is the one I mainly tested firepower on. Ah, okay. Yeah, I have no experience with firepower Trickster. Because, like, it's so easy to get accidentally firepower build. Like, this is an anomaly build that just circled around to having firepower. Like, enough firepower to, if I just shot things, it would be perfectly viable. Like, it's very easy to, at least on Devastator, just be firepower without investing for it. Boulder Dash just stacks that node fastest. It's a very high hit count, so yeah. Very high hit count with no real downtime. Nice corpse there. That's a Moloch corpse just on the ground already. Cool. I can see the future.
You again. Why do you persist? You could have wasted your last word.
Oh, I hate when I do that. When you push him through the door, you can't target him for a bit, and it's so slow. Trickster suffers from AoE issues, mainly it's versatile for movement mechanics and need the firepower to go for an AoE setup. But there's lots of mods in World Slayer that just do AoE for you.
Am I gonna have to dig you out of the rubble again?
Not this time. He's sung his last.
New firepower set is fun.
The pod's ours.
Isn't there a PAX node that shares weapon damage dealt while you're in close range? Can you just use that for AoE?
To me why that pod didn't land with the rest of them?
Maybe it got stuck in the tube. Or maybe it just wanted to fuck with us.
All the same.
I don't know, I don't have PAX yet. Okay, so you want buffs to something without having explored the avenues. Got it. I happened to glance through Trickster PAX notes this morning, because currently my Trickster is a mule, because make the bank bigger. People can fly. Please, make it bigger. I know you gave an update, but like, more bank. I was looking through Trickster PAX stuff, because I was just on a mule, and it looked... I might do Trickster melee at some point, because you can just hunt the prey, like, constantly. So just hunt the prey, punch, hunt the prey, punch, hunt the prey, punch. The thing is that I don't know that the shield on skill activation is gonna be enough with a Trickster's level of armor. Because, like, I'd be playing like a Devastator, and I doubt I could survive on that without some sort of extra survivability. Tricksters are still pretty squishy, right? I need self-med? Yeah, good shout. Quiet plays looter shooters, never shoots. I shoot for buffs. Depends on the build. New shields that makes you invincible. Ooh, I'm not familiar. I'll have to check that out. Depends on how you build them. Mine's really tanky, still do a good amount of damage. That's good to hear, Sean. It's good to hear. How you doing, by the way? I haven't put... Trickster's the one that I've played, like, the second least. I've done almost no Techno, but Techno was pretty straightforward before World Slayer. Probably still is pretty straightforward. But I've done very little Trickster. Should change that. Looter shootings. Shooting with benefits. Yeah, Wolf Booty. Ridiculous Schemer, 200% killing damage dealt by enemies tagged with deception skills is broken down amongst other tagged enemies. Yeah. Packs for AoE definitely seems like be helpful. Another cool thing about melee is you can use a melee attack to cancel like most ragdoll animations. Like you can't be knocked back while you're doing melee by fucking anything. So if you know you're about to get knocked somewhere, just punch and you don't get moved. Kind of funny. That's one of the benefits of having a bunch of firepower. If there's a single enemy like that and I don't want to burn a cooldown, I can just not.
What the hell is that noise?
Pack Street's built from how it felt. Just pure spam what I want to do. Pack Street's good. Yeah, definitely. I'm using the gun Pack Street right now. Because it just gives me what I need. I suppose it's very reductive for me to call it the gun pack street now that I think about it. It does a lot more than that. I don't tend to use deception skills, mainly focus movement, since I'm running the movement set as a Phantom Dash. It's intrinsic was an instant sell for me. I wish Phantom Dash was faster. This seems inefficient. Slow. Faster to move or cooldown? To move. Like, wish the animation was faster. You know how Magma Shelter makes my melee, like, spam, spam, spam? If Phantom Dash did that, that'd be really cool. With 404 Boomtown making several aiming-related mistakes, there's like 4 different enemies that I sat there shooting all around. I could have made up 5 seconds there.
Outrider detected.
Colin, the bandit leader's taken care of.
And this is without using any of the bullshit that devs are using right now.
Insurgents.
Just good old punchy. Now, I mentioned this a bit earlier. I really wish the concussioner set was less dependent on you getting absolutely fucked up. Because, like, it requires you to take damage. But if you're playing optimally, you don't take damage. So it just doesn't do anything. Well, what level does your build start seeing fast clears? It depends on the build. So the reason why this build is clearing so fast is because I have an AoE on effectively like a 1 to 2 second cooldown. That's my punch, the lacerating push. So I can just hit lots of enemies at once, and I have endless mass to group them up, and a Marshal to share the damage between them. So like I'm just grouping up enemies a lot. Builds that do stuff like that clear fast. For example, Pyros currently are using, for their fastest clears, Eruption, and then some of them are doing Ash Blast Overheat, which just hit large portions of the map at once. If you've got a build that can mechanically do that, it'll just clear fast, as long as you can pump the damage into it. Survivability is kind of irrelevant because Skill Leech is so strong right now. But if you have a more like firepower or single target oriented build, it's going to be a lot slower. Is there a point to farming endgame without the DLC? Your personal enjoyment. You have access to all the activities except for the trial without the DLC. And you don't get access to all the gear or the pack trees, but you still get all the expedition content. So the game without the DLC is basically the game from before, but with better balance. So like, that's still fun. I would recommend the DLC. It's very good. Frontline's officially bugged? Oh no, what happened? Does Pyro melee set scale off of again? I don't know. AP, I think? I don't know. Hey, Matt, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you, thank you. Build up with Dev, it's taking damage, and with Pyro, it's burning or ashing enemies. I don't know what the Pyro set looks like, Crappy Wizard. I've not taken my Pyro through World Slayer yet. So someone else should have to answer that question. When the vehicle comes, ooh, that's awkward. Lazy the Pyro guy, true. I'm fun now with Pyro's Phaser Beam, Volcanic Rounds. Now at the point I don't need cover anymore, and I'm almost World Tier 15. Let's go.
Fire. There you go, Quack.
Qua Quagsire Quag Chad.
Qua Quagsire Quag Chad. Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Matt. How you doing? Morning, Control. How are you? I mean, I'm not gonna complain that I keep getting Frontline Boomtown in alternation. That's not common that happens. Those are like two of my favorites to run. It's like, I really like Frontline, Boomtown, Paxi and Homestead, Archways,
I hope you're in the mood.
Time Worn. Those are the ones I'll tend to run. I like Coliseum, it's just really inefficient to actually do. Like, it's just kind of a waste of time. I got time to play tonight with doing Trickster things since I've been sat at APOC 37 for a week. Nice. Fucking pissed at the neighbor? Oh no, what happened?
You want me to raise your soldiers' morale? There's no one left.
Now you know the clusterfuck I'm dealing with.
Ah, barrel. I was hoping I could roll that and have it push me the right direction, but did not work out that way. Using my leaps too soon. Too eager. Frontline's such a fan, somebody spawns in Moloch. A lot of people don't like Frontline, and I tend to not understand. Is it just the density? Because Frontline for like a firepower build might be one of those where you actually have to use cover. I don't ever use cover in this game. I like the fast pace, you know, you zip over to a group of enemies and you blow them up type of stuff. I've always played mostly Devastator, and then on other builds I do, I kind of approximate that sort of playstyle best I can. So Frontline's just fun for me. I suppose it's the same part of my brain that liked Borderlands 3 time trials, because it's a lot of learning spawns and then enemy groupings and important sight lines, all that stuff. Hi, Dorhigo. Shall return later. Sounds good. Thank you again for the resub. I appreciate it.
support
And max out
incoming.
status power now. Nice. Been months since I played. That was my main, but what do they buff? Everyone kind of got buffed. There's lots of cool stuff you can do. House by the Cemetery. They dropped an expansion, World Slayer, about 2 weeks ago now, and it's really, really, really good. It just adds a lot of layers to the gameplay, to the building.
And naturally, it's landed on the insurgent side.
There's secondary skill trees for each class now. More sets, more new weapons, more new mods. Currently I'm using some of that stuff, and I'm doing a Devastator melee setup. Every 3 months they have a contractor come and use a reciprocating saw that shakes our entire townhouse. I don't know if they're even cutting, they do it regularly. This time started at 9:30 AM, both sick, need to rest. About to go throw that frick down the fucking stairs. Also for reference, 6 to 285 pounds. Yeah, so not the stature of person you want to see very angry walking towards you assertively. I feel ya. This game easy mode now? I don't know about easy mode. The ceiling of player power you're able to reach is a lot higher, but there's also more progression to do. Like, if you see at the top of my screen on Apocalypse Tier 30, that goes up to 40, and it takes a long time to grind that out. It's not exactly fast to progress to max difficulty anymore. And then itemization is pretty tough. Like, getting perfect gear, not really feasible. So there's plenty to grind for. Depending on your type of build, game will be more or less difficult. Probably nearly perfectly geared. If you don't have good gear, you're going to be ZTPS. I'm not nearly perfectly geared at all. I can go over the gear for you. I'm just using an effective setup. Haven't been enjoying World Slayer? Not for you, Yasha? I'm sorry to hear.
You again.
Trickster, even with the anomaly build, feels terrible. Want to play the ninja class, and every game that has a ninja class sucks for no reason. I've heard Trickster has some issues right now. It might honestly just be that there's fewer people here at crafting Trickster. Currently, Techno and Dev are really, really, really popular.
Great. Then
I've always played Dev, even when it was the least popular. But yeah, I think people gotta like get around to doing more trickster stuff. It might have fewer options the other classes due to how the game is kind of shifted, but I don't know much about the class.
Hell of a job, Outrider. Hell of a job.
I suppose your enjoyment is gonna be dependent on your playstyle preference and your class preference. Currently, Devastators and Technomancers are monstrously powerful. Pyros are also monstrously powerful. Devs have a lot of ways to get there. Techno's still kind of one-dimensional, but Pyro's doing absolutely nutty things, though. Pyro's cool. Insert haunting curse pasta here. Thank you for the 20 control. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I like my Marshal set doing this much. It kind of proves that it's just better than Concussioner, because, yeah. Techno and Dev are really good because Dev's currently broken, Techno's always been good, AP Trickster's overtaken, Firepower Trickster and still squishy, we're getting there. Yeah. Dev's not just good because Dev is currently broken, though. Dev has always been good because Dev can't die. And if you are not dying or worrying about survivability, you are just applying your damage constantly. And Dev got similar treatment to what Pyro did, in that there's no longer cooldowns on anything. So even without the broken Dev interactions, like I'm not using any of those right now, and this is going pretty well. Could be a lot better with those broken interactions, but it's doing well. So it's not just that for Devastator. Now Techno, yes, Techno's always been good, but Techno got some crazy toys to play with as well. I think Techno got the most like just straight up power increase through direct, hey, you hit harder now. Pyro got that too, but Pyro's big thing is there's no cooldowns anymore. So it's just like, you just blow up everything. You have things like Ash Blast, Overheat, which don't even need line of sight, you just hit the whole room. You have Eruption, which its only problem was cooldowns before. I have heard that Trickster is, Firepower Trickster is not really doing so great these days. So hopefully they address that, but depth transparency on balancing has been really nice. So I'm just on a loop. Boomtown, frontline. Boomtown, frontline. As long as you can get these expeditions done in like 6 minutes or faster, they're still efficient when compared to the trial.
Outrider.
Full clears of the trial. Wait, what? Hey Mox, how you doing? What are you up to? Been playing off stream? Yeah. I've streamed Outriders twice since World's Lair, but it's been my main off stream game. It's not the APFP Trickster, you're basically doing nothing? Oh, that sucks. Give me no valid targets. All targets are valid. Am I? Oh, that's actually beneficial. Okay. No targets. I think I'm killing slightly faster than I'm used to, so like my skill activations are all over the place. This is so scuffed.
What the hell is that noise?
What are you up to in Outriders land, Moxie? Make anything crazy? I know you've been doing the dev one-shot stuff. How's other classes been going?
Look at that.
So why is my run not working? I'm just walking. Can I hit a walk keybind at some point? There's a keybind for that, right? I don't know why I'm walking. Hit a button accidentally. Like 0 wires and shit. Slow. Z so that you can menace enemies to death. Ah. Hit Z during that fight and it turned off. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was slow. We can do better. I messed up my leaps a lot.
Cullen, the bandit
Right,
leader's
Kevin?
taken care of.
I'm bad at
The path
video
is
games.
clear. Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents. Defected to our side months ago. Thought they'd get an easier time, but Corrigan just posted them right back to the front.
Marshal set consistently #1 because Marshal Endless Mass is just really good. Magma Shelter being 53 mil might not seem like a lot, especially because the amount of putting into firepower, but because I am shooting for Mage's Rage, the firepower still helps Assault Rifle to the point where it's not like dead last place, which it normally is. If frontline's an option, I swear. Okay. I haven't tried the Akari with the pure melee yet. Which gives more? Archways or Molten Depths? Molten Depths, cool. Let's do that.
Outrider,
Ah,
I have a
yes,
request.
textures.
There's an old
Yes, Outriders, you can run on my potato. I know you can do it. I believe in you. I'll have to remember to switch to my my rifle, my one-shot rifle for the boss.
I'm at the location, Venom. Nothing here but the local wildlife.
I might need to restart the game. This is so choppy. I have had the game open for like 4 hours now. The struggles of a dying PC, chat. Okay, I'm getting trampled like 1-year-old grass APOC 15 or do I just suck? Progression is hard, Rohit. Progression is hard, and it depends entirely on what kind of setup you are doing as well. Some setups progress very easily, some do not. Remember, when I talk about something being fast or slow, it's relative to the times that I'm used to from being geared at, like, max difficulty pre-World Slayer.
Starting to lose feeling in my toes. Brr.
Magma Shelter even hit the Trader Boss, and my normal melee didn't always do damage to him.
You know,
It does. It does.
these pleasures out.
Something I want to integrate into this build is I want to run twice as hot, but being able to consistently burn all the enemies is something that I'm not quite equipped to do. That might be a pyro melee only thing, honestly. Like, I can get it against bosses easily with the weapon mods. But I want it in mobbing too. Because currently I have Untamed Power, which is extra damage based on my anomaly power anytime I activate a skill. Activating melee counts as activating a skill. Twice as hot, same thing. It's even the same percentage of your anomaly power, but it requires enemies to be on fire. Having both would be huge for sustained damage. Just realistically getting both and having uptime on both is hard. Running an AP build, any universal mods can buff my damage that it may have flown under the radar. Are you running the good old no resistance against the fortified and unstoppable force combo? So convert armor piercing into resist piercing, then resist piercing into AP. Those two mods are just like easy damage in any anomaly build. Only have the one mod. Which one? The resist pierce into anomaly? Yeah. If you have a decent amount of armor piercing, then getting the other one too also helps. And remember, you can always hold an armor-piercing gun to get a good amount of armor pierce. So it's not too hard to get good value there. If you're not shooting at all, then you can also run first things first, which gives you 50 armor piercing. It's only consumed when you shoot. That's what my second gun has. Shooting, or a mod that shocks people in AoE. The tier 3 one. The one that shoots lightning at like 3 enemies every 8 seconds, something like that. Yeah, I'm always close range. The reason I decided against that one, I did try it out briefly. The reason I decided against that one is because it's only 3 targets and it's every 8 seconds. So if you happen to not be within range when that 8 seconds goes and you hit like 1 enemy, it's just basically worthless. Are you using Untamed Power? Big vouch for that one. Because every time you activate a skill, every enemy in range takes damage based on your anomaly power. And it adds up a lot. I recommend that one. You're pretty much most meta AP mods? Okay. Danger close. Extra AP based on enemies in close range. I don't know if that one's popular. I have it on right now. Mage's Rage on the gun? Yeah, I'm running Mage's Rage on the gun right now. With all my stuff up, I break 5 mil anomaly power right now, without any enemies in close range. It goes up with more enemies. Also goes up if I hit more enemies with melee, because then I get more resist pierce, and that converts into AP as well. When that gets nerfed, I wonder what's going to happen to Trickster. Why do you think Mage's Rage is going to get nerfed? Just think about it. Mage's Rage is designed in the vein that they reworked Trickster. Or not Trickster, Fortress. Fortress was just hold for bonus, and they changed it to shoot for bonus. Mage's Rage requires crits, which is even more complex than shoot for bonus. Sure, it doesn't have the time gate like Fortress does, but it does require crits, which is sometimes difficult. Now, I'm running a mod that, or not a mod, a pack tree node that makes it so if I use a kinetic skill against few enough enemies, I just get auto crits for a bit, so that's how I'm keeping it up most consistently, but hitting crits is not an easy ask for some builds. Against bosses it's fine, but against some mobbing scenarios it does require you to position. Not the hardest thing, but it's easier, it's harder than like some of the easier boosts. I don't know, I don't think Mage's Rage is in a position where it's likely to get nerfed. It's a very big mult, but it still doesn't seem likely. It's global cooldown, so it stays after swaps. Yeah, so do most things. Mod swapping's always been like encouraged in this game.
Mage's Rage plus arms and anomaly seems like a good combo. Yeah. My ideal gun is looking like Death Renome, Mage's Rage, and anomaly enhancement. Hey Sinju, how you doing?
How's it look? What's
Doing
the
good,
state
you?
of these
Having a good
horses?
time. Enjoying outriding.
Salvageable to
Because the way it stacks other anomaly bonuses, some other content creators are certain it will. They probably are more well-versed in this stuff than I am, but keep in mind, we did get a dev post of things they're keeping an eye on, like, a few days ago. Mage's Rage wasn't there. And even the things that they're keeping an eye on and have identified as overtuned, they've specifically said they're not nerfing them. So, like, I don't know what it is about the looter-shooter gamer's brain that says, oh, they're just gonna nerf me, they're gonna nerf me. They never do. It's extremely infrequent that nerfs people are afraid of actually happen. Grab leaf targeting. Why are you like this? Whatever, I'll just shoot in my anomaly build. It's fine. Is Ascension like a new added content? It's like, if you've ever played Diablo 3, it's like Paragon levels, kind of. It's got a cap. So it's just extra stats you can get up to a total of 200. It's 5 nodes of 10 in 4 quadrants.
Almost 2 years Quag Chad Qua.
Almost 2 years. Thank you so much, Rune. I appreciate it. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for the continued support. I appreciate it. Thank you. Think how this game doesn't have nasty still? Yeah.
getting murdered by their fellow man.
I think we can do better than that, thanks to you.
Who died?
Also guarded ranks from Borderlands? Yeah.
Half a valley of insurgents, if you must know.
That was a really bad Akari fight. I was trying to grav leap, but it didn't go, so I didn't get my big damage. Sad. If I had known that it had gone that way, I would have just shot the whole time. Because auto crits from Pax Tree, real nice. Gonna see the new Thor movie today, so I'm happy. Nice. The Untamed Power was most of my damage. That's how often I'm activating. Is this paid DLC? I'm doing free content. Not free content. The content you just saw me do, Molten Depths, is an expedition that's just part of the base game. World Slayer is paid DLC, yes. But the only stuff you're seeing that was part of that is some of the weapon mods I'm using, some of the gear I'm using. Ascension is just stats. Pax trees let you do some cool interactions. So that's from World Slayer. Like, I've got this neat thing. Damaging at least 3 enemies with kinetic grants you 30 armor piercing for 4 seconds. That's nice, but what I really like is damaging less enemies makes your shots crits for 4 seconds. Remember Ascension and Apocalypse? Yeah, that's new. There's a quit in the early expeditions. So, a week and a half ago, they released World Slayer, which is a new endgame mode. Pax trees, just 2 additional skill trees for each class. Ascension levels, which is another progression mechanic. New item sets, new weapons. Also, if you look up there, I'm using Apocalypse tiers. We don't have World tiers and Challenge tiers as the only endgame progression thing anymore. Apocalypse tiers go up to 40. And then you have Apocalypse Gear, which is a third mod slot. So, a bunch of extra stuff. It's pretty cool. Morning, Dex. How's it going? It's going great. How are you? More content to grind. Damn, itch for looter shooter may finally be satisfied. I've really been enjoying it. Ever since World Slayer, it's been my my main off-stream game, and I've been streaming it a couple Saturdays in a row. In fact, I streamed nothing but Wonderlands for 3 months, and Outriders World Slayer is the first release that has pulled me away from that in a big way. How do you level Apocalypse tier? Just XP anywhere. Just hit 3 mil AP, yikes. Yeah, you can get a lot. Like, unbuffed, I'm at 953k. I just used a skill once, 1.3 mil. Now, that's without me stacking Mage's Rage. That's without me getting my extra resist pierce from hitting enemies with Strong Arm of the Anomaly. That's without me activating Paladin. That's without me having the armor piercing from against devastating odds. You know, like, it gets pretty crazy. The grinds in this game's insane. Yeah. Is Apocalypse Gear restricted to DLC or in the base game? I believe it's DLC. Apocalypse Gear drops at 51 plus, and I think you can only get to 50 without the DLC. Got the new DLC thanks to Quag, and I still haven't touched anything new. Decided to do a new playthrough and pay attention to lore. Nice. How's the technical aspect of this game today? Back then the audio was scuffed and some optimization issues. Servers will still shit out from time to time, but they've been better. I haven't played much multiplayer. I, in fact, only very briefly for a few minutes post World Slayer, so I don't know how that's doing. But it's felt pretty smooth from what I've done in my solo gameplay. It's felt pretty smoothly. You can get APOC earlier, still doing the main game story that's already dropping. Okay, cool. The APOC at 51 must be a proposed change. They did a dev blog post on the subreddit explaining things they're looking into doing. Don't know if it's restricted to owning the DLC. I would imagine it is, but I don't recall. Pretty big thing that bothers me when I shot bullets. Sometimes the bullets were deafeningly loud. Sometimes you can't even hear anything. I've not experienced that myself. You have an affiliate link? Exclamation point Outriders. I believe it's just for the full game plus DLC. There may be an option to purchase just the DLC. Probably just click it and look. Yeah, exclamation point Outriders for my affiliate link. Pretty sure it's just for full game plus DLC though. Outrider detectors.
that noise?
One more Chaos Trial MC50. Let's go, Gage.
It's like I've wandered into some maniac's ideal of a party. Look at that. There's a pod here.
Why are y'all not dying? Very inconsiderate. Lost so much time on this pull. They just didn't die. It was very inconsiderate. That probably cost me the sub 4, honestly. Ooh.
Alter. Alter.
Mr. Boat, not exclusive here. That was a pretty fast boomtown. That was pretty fast. Remove time limit? Yeah, they did that back in November. So in the New Horizons update back in November, they actually overhauled a bunch of stuff. They removed the time limit. They added more expeditions. They reworked some balance. They made Tiago a rerollable vendor. You could spend your drop pod resources to like change his inventory and stuff. Yeah, they did a big free update back in November, and then they did a paid update a week and a half ago. That's my fastest boomtown yet. Feel good about that. 345. .345 with melee dev. The fastest I know of is Chadley did a 240 on Pyro with Ash Blast Overheat Eruption, and I know Abby did like a 320 on AP Techno. I don't really follow that stuff closely, but these non-existent cooldowns I see. So I have a PAX node that makes it so my my kinetic skills, their cooldown is reduced by half of my armor piercing. So currently unbuffed, my armor piercing is 70%, so that's 35% less cooldown. And then in my actual skill tree, I could take more cooldown reduction for kinetic skills, but I have 15% reduction for my protection skills, which affects my reflect bullets. But reflect bullets refunds 90% of your cooldown if you just end it immediately. So it doesn't have a cooldown. I'm just using it for the fact that it counts as a skill activation for Untamed Power. And also for in my class tree, I get 45% anomaly power for 10 seconds after activating it. I have 2 charges of Grav Leap. 5.8 second cooldown. And yeah. So, the only thing that has a meaningful cooldown here is Endless Mass. My melee doesn't have much of a cooldown because I have Martial Arts. 50% less cooldown on it. Hey Brucey, how you doing?
The bandit leader's taken care of. Your pass is clear.
That was my fastest boomtown yet. I feel good about that.
Insurgents.
Doing AP dev in my playthrough, and I got the mod that converts AP power to firepower. Seems pretty good. Any of the early game mods I should look out for.
Back to the front. Instead, they took off
Early
and
game
settled down
mods.
in my
Early game
territory.
mods.
Why I gotta suffer
Wide
from
Horizons
Oregon
is
being
really
a
nice.
goddamn idiot?
Dev?
I'll never know.
Dex. Dev manly. Wide Horizons is nice. Extra radius on Endless Mass. Double jump is good as well. For the extra leap, but that'll be late game. The tier 3s will be late game for sure. In terms of early game stuff, no resistance against the fortified can be good. Increases your resist piercing by 100% of your armor piercing. Yeah, you got a lot of options. Hey, son. How you doing? They explained the benefit of armor pierce before. Armor pierce make you do more against enemy big armor. I'm not well versed in the intricacies of what specifically armor pierce is for, optimal for versus resist pierce and vice versa. I just know that having armor pierce increases my guns damage, and having armor pierce also, because of my mods, increases my resist pierce, which increases my anomaly stuff's damage. And so I stack both of those a lot. There's a guide in the menu. There you go. Just woke up. It's tired but good. About to go devour watermelon. Nice. Make big number. Yeah. Basically, my choice of mods makes it so armor pierce and resist pierce are just secondary sources of anomaly power on top of what they already do, so I'm stacking them. Untamed power, biggest damage here, because I'm spamming. Armor pierce is good against enemies that have armor. I think the tank-based enemies resist pierce is good against the packs, captains, and animals with anomaly skin. They should consult a dermatologist. Ultimate bone shrapnel and a master tool. It's not really useful, but whatever. I'll keep it because I'm a hoarder. I kind of want to hit Apocalypse 31 before I start doing trials. Ooh, Paxian, yes. Haven't done that yet today. I gotta practice against flying enemies. You can use Endless Mass on enemies while they're in flight. So I can use Endless Mass on one that's on its own, and then that'll trigger my auto crits, and then I can just shoot it. And if it survives, then I can just punch it when it lands.
I need your help. A group
I also need to juggle my weapons more. I've completely been forgetting to use my secondary and my pistol. But I don't really have time. That's what happens when you have your melee on short enough cooldown. You just don't have time to do the other bullshit.
I'm not the only one here.
Why use weapons when you got fists? True. Hey David, how you doing? Why use many word when few word do trick? Say the paid DLC isn't worth it for you? For me, yeah. I know some people feel like it's content light or doesn't have a lot of longevity, but for me personally, it's been worth it. Now, full disclosure, I did not buy it. Square Enix provided me a code, so shout out to them for that. But I would buy it. I have spent more money on less entertainment. It's been my main off-stream game. I primarily stream 19 is Wonderlands, but Outriders World Slayer has been my main secondary game, and it's my go-to on variety days right now. So.
There's pharaohs in the farm. No sign of the survivors.
The price of DLC is one of the reasons why it's rated 35% on Steam. Everything gets review bombed on Steam. Zox. Everything gets review bombed on Steam. I don't think that's a reliable metric of anything. I'd say the most price-effective version of, like, getting World Slayer would be for new players getting into it, because then they could just buy them both together, and that bundle is pretty reasonably priced. For people looking to upgrade, I still think it's like, it depends on how you value an hour of your time. It takes many, many hours to grind up to Apocalypse 40. And if you want to do so, you need the DLC. So, how do you price an hour of your time? That's always a subjective metric, but for me, if I get, like, an hour of gameplay for $1, I'm cool with it. And you get many more than that with this. So that's just how I look at it. That's how I rationalize. Maybe I'm easy to please, but that's how I look at it. You do the 1 hour model as well, Lee? Yeah. If it's an hour for $1, I'm cool with it. Got the base game without DLC on sale for $10. Good 30-hour playthrough. I'll probably wait for DLC to go on sale. See, people tend to structure those things around playthrough time, but that's not where the longevity of looter shooters is at all. If you treat a looter shooter as a playthrough game and then get mad because you feel like you didn't get money's worth, that's on you, because that's not where the majority of the game's content even is. I'm not saying you did that. This is just a proverbial you, not a individual you.
I'm gonna give you a hard time for it, aren't you?
Like, that's simply just how the genre works. The replay value is in doing the same thing again with a different character to get a different gameplay loop, or gearing up the same character, or doing a different build on your same character, or playing with friends, or optimizing your clear times. Like, that's where replay value in looters comes in. So, there's a lot of that in this game. Like, one of my favorite things about Outriders is the stat breakdown at the end of activities. I want every other looter I play to have that. Like, it'll tell you where your damage came from, how long it took you to do it, how many enemies you killed of each type, how much damage you took, how much damage you prevented. Like, it's a very detailed stat breakdown screen. I'd like that to become sort of industry standard, personally. Friends, what's that? damage, but perhaps switch guns.
They didn't make it.
Alpha Perforos and the Bleeding Birds are such assholes. They can't be. My basically worth of the game is how many days I can get out of for playtime. You might think there's a lot of time required. I go for $20 per day. Outrider's going to be upward of 100 days of playtime. It's a lot of fun to be had and a lot of worth out of $40, $50 bundle. Yeah, that's a way of doing it. Like I said, that's a subjective way of judging, you know, value. I personally, I go for the 1 hour of gameplay, 1 hour of unique entertainment for $1 for games, and then I'm, you know, expectations are fairly easy to meet. Probably wait for it to go on sale. Nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly reasonable. Well, the stat breakdown in this game too. Who doesn't love seeing huge damage numbers in looter shooters? Exactly. Exactly. And knowing exactly what in your build was contributing, that's just nice for me as a builder. Like, I like knowing the value of one piece of my build versus another. And the stat breakdown screen is really good at showing that. Like, I know that my melee is actually doing the damage here. So, like, people can't be like, oh, this isn't a melee build. I'm using non-melee things to make it work better, but my biggest damage tool in that run was my actual melee attack. Like, there it is. Biggest damage. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. Like, my top 3 damage things. My melee, the mod that activates whenever I activate any ability, including my melee, and the mod that only activates when I melee. That's my top 3. Borderlands would definitely benefit, Destiny not so much. Yeah, I can't speak as to Destiny, but I would absolutely love in Lands games, Borderlands and Wonderlands. I would love the end of activity stat breakdown. It'd be fantastic. I'd love it in Godfall as well. That's another game I play a lot. Missed my points redeem. Oh, I'm sorry, Chaos Alpha. Let me go back and check. Whatever he controls sprint. I'm just not gonna do that.
I got
But
I need a hand with. Some
good
internet
shit
bandits are
post.
taking the road between Trench and Dead Rock. At first, they were just robbing and killing
Nice.
folks, but now
I'm not pro in advertising, but I feel the marketing for Outriders could have done a lot better considering this game is so many things so many looter shooter players would love. I saw some advertising for this. Like, I've seen looters do less advertising. And I think people have gotten ads for Outriders, like, for World Slayer on my stream. So, I don't know. I don't know. For me, if a game attracts me enough to finish it, no matter how long it is, it's worth $60, $70, though I do prefer longer games, spend more time with it. Yeah, that's fair, Reckless Monster. Hey, Shyclops, thank you for the 9 months with the streak. It's good to see you. How you doing? I have a sneeze. Worst time. Ugh. I made up some of that last time. Way slower than last run, but eh. Advertising for this game is very good. They even gave a free demo to try it out. Remember the $60 price point was sticking down to World of Warframe. Destiny became free to play, and the bugs and review bombing on top. Like, I've never understood the argument that this game wasn't a $60 game. Like, I don't understand. Because, as you said, the demo was very well received and very popular, and the demo got more playtime out of people than a bunch of AAA games. Like, the demo that went to level 8. And that wasn't the full game. So, like, that didn't have the game's core gameplay in it at all. People still managed to get AAA game hours of playtime out of an 8-level demo. Like, I've never understood this idea that this was not a $60 game. But yeah, I have seen that complaint. Fun the rest of your stream, Quag. Thanks for responding. Take it easy, bro. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Lee. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good one. Hope you have a good weekend.
What the hell is that noise?
I haven't really had a chance to ask how you like the new DLC. Personally, love my techno can do more than just PP now. I love it, Cyclops. I'm doing melee Devastator stuff. Now, this run's super scuffed. We had a really good boom count a bit before we got here. Got my fastest ever boom count. It's like a 345? Something like that. What was the time? 346? I already forgot. But, we had a really good boom count. This will not be that fast. But still. Doing melee build, and it's very viable. Oh shit, word ban. Alright, how many times did I say at Chaos Alpha so far? Cut it off? Damn. Normally I start it after I'm aware of it, but it seems rude. Woke up and chose violence. It's true. Similar to play my dev, been pretty limited on playtime, only gotten to play my techno so far. But, punch dev, sounds spicy. It's, super fun.
Outrider detected.
Cullen, the bandit
Access
leader's
granted.
taken care of. Your pass is clear. Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents.
Usually do it, just
Defected
not
to
usually
our
here.
side months ago.
Extreme post-launch problems
They
devalue the
get
game a
easier
long way for
time,
me.
but
Still not sure I'll ever go
Oregon
back
just
to
posted
buy
them
the
right
DLC.
back to the front. Instead,
Post-launch
they
problems
took
like what?
off and settled
The
down in my
servers thing?
territory.
Because, yeah,
Why I gotta
that
suffer
happens.
for Corrigan
It's fair.
being a
They've ironed that
goddamn
out, but
idiot?
I understand
I'll
that leaving a
never
sour
know.
taste. But what other issues have been a deal breaker for you? Yeah, Emperor. The gear used to disappear. I heard about that. Yeah, they sent out like some compensation for that. It never affected me. I guess I was lucky. I don't have a pasta that fits that bill, Sinju. Actually, do not have one. scuffed run, honestly. Like your entire loadout? Yeah, I was never affected. But I imagine that was frustrating. I want to like Torturer, but I just don't. Flesh Render doesn't seem as good as it reads. Maybe I gotta build around it better. Ooh, first things first, an APOC slot. But, Life Leech primary. If that had been AP primary, I would have given that the time of day. But nope. In a way, DLC is a soft wipe for everyone's gear too. I wouldn't really say that at all because I'm not re-gearing super often. Like, my level 50 gear held up. I didn't swap it out until like level 57. I just kind of kept upgrading it as I went. Gear disappeared in a room in your inventory and people's characters got deleted by the game for some odd reason. Give condolences for them. God roll, death shields, or high roll, normal, achievable. I mean, okay, that got resolved a long time ago, though. Couldn't even log in for a month when I finally could. Game did nothing but crash for another 3 weeks. I think that isn't a very common thing I've heard about. I've never heard of that before. I'm sorry that happened, though. Now let's keep it civil in the chat there.
Outrider, we've been detecting massive energy.
You guys are being Destiny players right now. Bring it down. Bring it down. As DLC items have 3 mods, all the pre-DLC 2 mod items have to be replaced. They don't have to be. And also, it's not like you can just go and get it that easily. For example, this mod in my APOC slot on this Marshal's waistcloth. Not particularly great. It's not something I'm specifically going for at all, but it's just what happens to be there on a Marshals that I got as I was leveling. It's not like you can just choose. So, like, have to replace? No, it's still elective. Can replace? Sure, but that depends on you actually getting an upgrade. For example, my pistol right here is just a regular 2-mod Torment and Agony, because it's there as a backup for Reload Nova if I get silenced. But, like, I don't have a 3-mod one. So, this is a non-DLC item. Should I watch The Boys Diabolical or The Boys Season 3 first? I've not watched any of The Boys stuff, Gaming Interior, so I wouldn't know. Also, another thing about progression in this game is, and the same thing applies to Wonderland, I've been talking about this a lot recently, it's optional. Like, you don't have to go up APOC tiers. You can go up APOC tiers. You don't have to. It is completely elective. Remember, no new content unlocks. All gear and stuff in the game is available, like level 51. You do not need to climb. It is just there if you want to climb. So you could play everything World Slayer has to offer without replacing your gear at a single time. And still be using on-level gear. Hey, this isn't Wonderland. Went through my first full run of Trial without a single piece of Apocalypse gear on. It's not required at all, just helps optimize builds further. Yeah, it's just gives you something else to chase, really. People see tiers, they feel like they have to climb them for some reason, like man levels up and immediately jump to 10 in the beginning. Yeah, that's why I feel a system requiring you to earn them and play for enough actual time is always better. Like, I like the APOC tier system. I like that it takes a while. I've noticed people complaining that it takes a while to get to 40, but like, what do you need to be on 40 for? Like, you still need to gear up, so... The progression is when you're gearing. It's also when you're earning your ascension levels. And people can fly totally feel that way. In their dev blog, they talked about how, yeah, the not hitting Apocalypse 40 in a week is designed because the progression loop was not designed to last only a week. Looter shooter gamers get real impatient when they see a number. They're like, I have to hit the big number. And if it's gonna lead to less longevity for the gameplay experience. Tis a weird mentality. Ascension levels don't need to be changed at all. You don't need to realistically go past tier 20 to get decent gear. And never past that, just extra luck stats and bigger numbers. Right. You get the same gameplay. It's just more grind to do. That's all. That's buggy.
Whatever that thing is, that switch should disable it.
So wish we got the selectable drop after the mid and final boss in Trials would make Oakreal not feel as miserable. Yeah, Oakreal's awkward. You can skip the phases with a phaser beam, right? Makes me want to play Pyro.
Lead to the heart of the facility.
I play Outriders today. Fun game. Do recommend. I'm having a blast. Isn't it that Oakreal's bad per se? The amount of time it takes to clear makes me think we should get better reward, just same old loot drops. No, that's fair. I don't have problems with the fight other than it's a little tedious, a little repetitive. But no, it's fine. I don't mind doing it, you know? But more reward would be nice. And they are tackling the issue of trial reward not being well spread out through the activity. On Tuesday they plan on changing the rewards, lowering the drops from the final boss, but increasing the drops from troves, both guaranteed and otherwise, I think. So that's neat.
Shira, about those energy spikes? The insurgents had a functioning power cell down here.
Sub 7 chem
What did you
plants.
do with it?
Cool, I
It's
guess.
disabled.
Could have been sub 6,
Seems
but
Zahedi can't take a look at it. And I found
Meh.
a pod down here.
You saved some lives today, Outrider. I would expect nothing less from you.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
what do I put points into now? I guess crit chance? I mean, crit damage would probably be better. Or I could actually do weapon stats because I'm shooting on this build. Ugh, shooting. I guess, weapon damage. Untamed power putting in work. The more I see Untamed power up here, the more I really, really want twice as hot, because it's just the same thing. Like, it's the same thing with a different parameter, and you can have both. So, just this, but again. That, but doubled. It just sounds good. It's hard to get that active in mobbing. I have this for when I do want to do twice as hot, Firestorm and Mark of the Stake. But it's still clunky. As much as I want to do Boomtown, I'll switch it up a little bit. Played Trickster. Some, like, I have one that's at, like, it's at endgame. It's not, like, particularly geared out. It's at pre-World Slayer endgame. Haven't gone in depth into it, but I have one that is leveled and geared. You done Beyblade build? I messed around briefly with Beyblade when it was like when they buffed the set back in November, and I was like, oh, this is cool, but I didn't stick with it. But I do want to do like Beyblade Melee. Sounds fun.
Tiago was right about that hum. My teeth are chattering from the vibration. Strange structure. Some kind of switch over there.
Find out what's strong on Trick. Just nerfs. Here's the thing with nerfs. Very rarely do nerfs actually make things not viable. It is often, once again, your average Luda shooter player overreacting. So, like, the same stuff probably works. So you might need some mixing in of new things, such as PAX trees and new mods, to make them perform as they did before. There's probably options that work better than that thing does, but that doesn't mean that thing is worse, you know? Made base firepower trigger actually unviable? I don't believe that. It is a very bold claim for people to make a week into the endgame rebalance. I don't believe that at all. that FUs can't even kill base ads anymore. That means you need to mix in new things. I'm not saying I don't need to re-gear it. There you go. That's the thing. I do. There you go. Similar thing that happened in Outriders history. When they changed Fortress, you had some people screaming that their build was dead now. No. When they changed Moaning Winds, you had people screaming their build's dead, and then people are like, oh wait, we can still use this, we just approach it a different way. Rebalance many mods probably would have been better if they had patch notes so people could see what they nerfed and buffed, and it is what it is. I would like patch notes as well, Kiko. Playing devil's advocate here, I'm going against, you know, my personal interest. You know full well from the Wonderlands community how patch notes don't really help. Even detailed patch notes explaining the ideology behind decisions, people will still look at something and scream nerf, even if it's a buff. Like, there's always gonna be a portion of the community that just, like,
mechanism in the middle.
is gonna fling their shit at the walls no matter what happens. Totally didn't just have airplane mode. Now, I'm not saying some things weren't reduced that maybe didn't need to be reduced. I'm not educated enough on that matter to have, you know, an accurate opinion. But, generally speaking, in this genre of games, and in this game in particular, they don't nerf things to the point where they're unusable. They just don't. The placement of things like Moaning Winds on a global cooldown changed how people played, but it did not make anything undesirable. The change to Fortress changed how people played, but it didn't make it undesirable. Now, the only reason Fortress is a little less common now is because Mage's Rage is just the same thing, but slightly better. And you can just have both. But yeah, patch notes. I would like patch notes, just in general. It's nice to know what has been affected. I don't think that's going to stop people's perception of the changes, but it's still nice to know. The patch notes at one point got attacked. I believe that. That sounds about right.
There's a storm brewing. I need to hurry.
Given the reactions people have with People Can Fly, I'm thankful they still have the dev notes like we just got. Yeah. Their blog posts that they put on that subreddit are incredibly detailed, and I really like them. They have won me over on things that I wouldn't have agreed with that philosophy on. Like, their whole thing with weapon balancing. Like, bringing things up to tac rifle level instead of bringing tac rifle down and other things up. Their explanation on why they chose to just buff things won me over, because I am a big proponent of, if something is clearly just better, nerf it and buff the other stuff. Because one alone will not get people to change. And maybe I'm partially right on that, because guess what kind of gun I'm using right now? Tac rifle. But they at least, their explanation, their transparency on that did win me over. People don't like change. I don't blame them as long as they let me have fun with those changes. Yeah, change is not inherently bad, but there is always going to be people who treat change as inherently bad, even positive change.
At least I know I haven't completely lost my mind. Now get out
It's an important thing to bring up, Wraithlord.
Detected. Access granted.
How dare you try something new and not bitch about it. So with that in mind, how do people still think buffs are nerfed sometimes? Because exactly what Wraithlord said. People don't like change, so they will knee-jerk in the direction of they believe that any change to something they are familiar with is more likely to be a negative, because people are afraid of change. It's purely reactionary, it's purely irrational. If it is different, it is unfamiliar, and if it is unfamiliar, it is bad. Simple as that. Not smart enough to understand how to make builds doesn't stop you from playing a game. Nor should it. Nor should it. The reason why I like making builds is because I like the gameplay. I'm a gameplay guy. And builds are a way of meaningfully altering your gameplay in a way that gets you a lot more playtime. But it's just an offshoot of the core thing of liking how a game plays. You don't need to be a builds person to be a gameplay enthusiast. Like, it could be as simple as, hey, I like fire. Let's set the whole screen on fire. It could be as simple as, hey, me like rock, me punch enemy, rock. Like, you don't have to be a builds person. You can just like how the game plays. Rock. Love looking up builds because I'm not creative when it comes to builds. And I like that the internet is a good way of getting inspiration for things like builds. I don't tend to look at other people's builds, but it's nice to know they're out there. On the rare occasion I do look at others' builds, it's really cool to see what other people come up with. Like, the only person whose content I've actually, like, investigated for Outriders is Chadley, and he does really cool stuff. Helps inspire me to be creative. I want to keep this piece, because Primal Chain is good, but Freezing Boost is not really relevant to me. I'll get rid of that. Less word, more smart. Those BO3 build docs are so helpful. Really glad you get use out of those, fan. Really glad. It's a resource that it changed hands a bunch of times. Like, I'm not the original maintainer of the Flak doc, but I took over at a certain point because I really appreciated what it did for the community, and I'm really glad that people still use it. I've not even had to update it in a long time, and it just is kind of there, still being helpful to people. A lot of work from a lot of people over a long period of time. We do plan on doing a similar thing eventually for Wonderlands. It's just, games got to slow down updates for that to be feasible and actionable. Because, like, damage formula itself has changed more than once, week to week. Almost to 31. Probably like 4 more expeditions to get to 31, and then I'll start doing trial runs. But I don't want to start a trial and then hit another APOC tier during, because you can't change it during. Sometimes steal your builds, Quag, don't tell nobody. I won't. I especially won't tell that Quag guy. He's a real dick about it sometimes. Those are the greatest builds need to build. Chadley makes amazing pyro build vids. Plato Bear makes amazing techno builds. Currently haven't seen anything from Trickster, then Quag here for Dev. I'd like to see Trickster content. I want to say Abby Hour is working on some Trickster stuff. Maybe no, that's probably techno. I know Abby does techno stuff. She's quite good at that. Moxie's done some Devastator stuff. Birdman plays Devastator. I don't know how active he's been on like producing builds, but no, he plays it. You can find your build on eBay, Quag. They're kind of a big deal. You can find my Borderlands builds on eBay. Man, it's still one of my favorite feelings as a creator, like feeling like I made it when I was informed that someone was selling my builds on eBay for Borderlands 3. That just felt nice. Obviously it sucks because, you know, it's fucking scamming people by selling free shit in a video game and being scummy. But, like, it's nice to know that it's popular enough that someone wants to make money off my work. Real? Yeah. A short time after I debuted it, Rackstab started getting sold on eBay. It's like... And at the time, I was a fresh Twitch affiliate. Like, 200 followers.
Place looks pretty thin. All right, I'm in. It's starting to lose feeling in my toes. Brr.
So the build getting that kind of traction was new to me. Another thing that I'm realizing as I play is the saying no to knockback animations thing you can do with melee. You can do that with reflect bullets as well. So like I can just say no to all knockback, like ever, and that's really fun. Did I just see a 2 for a damage number? I swear I just saw 2. Never get that form traction because I'm very bad at the whole speaking thing. See, fun thing about that is I know some creators in various spaces who do incredibly well without speaking. It's not necessarily gaming related, but as of a month ago, the most followed person on TikTok, across the entire platform. I don't know why I said TikTok. Now I want a TikTok. I'm having an ADD moment. Most followed person on TikTok doesn't speak. Like, he's a comedy channel that doesn't speak. One of the most followed FromSoft game content people, Julie the Witch, does not speak. You don't need to speak to be a successful content creator. It's not necessary. So for anyone aspiring out there who doesn't want to put their face or voice out there, you don't have to. You just need to provide something people care to consume. Friend of mine has 470k subs on YouTube. We'll keep it voice faces that are all hidden. And there you go. Still out of touch with my community, feel really bad for them. Or if you used to stream. I started out just wanting people to talk to while I was contrarian making flak builds. Like, I would stream for an hour or two, right before lazy. Or I'd stream for an hour or two right before cheese, because I had downtime and I wanted to watch them stream, so like, I'd just do that, and it was kind of the waiting room, and that's all I viewed it as. Eventually I was like, hey, I'd like to do my own thing, like, for realsies, but you don't need to necessarily stream for a purpose, especially when you are first building a following. Like, you could just do it for love of doing it. Realistically speaking, pull an esoteric, just put my voice on top of the screen, get it speaking voice. But yeah, you could do that. You could just, you know, use, there's lots of mediums people have for doing that. Some people type, like, while they're streaming, they'll just use the text chat. Some people put text up on screen. Some people will, people who don't want to put their faces out, but who want to have, like, a face for their content. VTubers are extremely popular right now. Oh, those are so popular, I've seen some creators who were initially known for their faces, who apologize when they don't have their VTuber avatar working, and then it's gonna be just the face cam. Like, using your face and your voice and stuff is not inherently better. It's all about the content you make. Primary reason I started using a face cam is because people wanted to see my cats. Like, that has nothing to do with me. I just ended up sticking with it. If a stream couldn't show my face and break the internet, people would be too distracted by all the good looks.
Ah, shit. More of you exploding spider bastards.
Spider?
It's what we call
Only
little
here for the
fuckers
cats,
like
see?
these
There you go.
back on Earth.
Were they dangerous?
Oh yeah.
If I start talking about VTubers, I look around the other two VTuber streams and watching one quick, so there you go. VTubers are extremely popular right now. I'd actually love to see the breakdown of like most followed channels. I know the top couple ones are, the typical people you'd expect, but how many places down is like the biggest VTuber? If anyone has that information for Twitch, I'm just curious for my own interest. X6 go camless. I know he was doing no cam streams for a while, like intermittently. Wasn't comfortable with it. Did he go no cam? Good for him. No, seriously, like, I really look up to K6 a lot as a creator for a lot of reasons. But one of the things he does is he does not compromise about his comfort. So, like, if he wants to make content for a thing, he will make content for a thing. If he doesn't want to, he won't. If he wants to have cam on, he will. If he doesn't want to, he won't. And he'll still do it in a way that, like, is very community-minded. There's a bunch of people I look up to as content creators, but K6 is, like, very high on the list. And people sometimes get that twisted, because, like, K6 and I don't agree on some stuff, like, when it comes to Wonderlands and things like that, but, like, I have a huge amount of respect for the guy. And, just as a streamer, a lot of what I do is based off of what I've seen other streamers do, include. But Perek, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Hey Viper, how you doing? Yeah, old and slow. Anyone know why on PS5 the game says World Slayer and I didn't get the DLC? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Have you owned the game, like, since before World Slayer? Did you buy a bundle when World Slayer came out?
Doubt you'll need to replace it all, though.
That's better than I expected.
Drawing reference for Bata, getting hyped for TwitchCon. How about you? I'm just chilling, enjoying punching things in Outriders. We're doing melee Rockman stuff. Me Angie Rockman, me jump, and me punch. Me punch. Me punch. Punch work. This game, I'm not sure, old and slow. Do you have access to the content? Oh, I use lot word when more few word dude trick. Quick peruse, the most sub Twitch channels you see a few non-cam streams dotted after about 15th, Moon, etc. Yeah, I figured Moon would be way up there.
Outrider detected. Access
Place is
granted.
cleared and the pod is secure.
In terms of VTubers, I want to say Iron Mouse is one of the more popular ones.
To death up
It's a
here
VTuber.
instead of getting murdered by their fellow man.
Because they did a big subathon,
Thanks to you.
right? Like one of the big ones, like the
Half the Valley
Olympic
of
sized ones.
Insurgents, if you must know. Stay
So
in
I know
touch,
they're up there
Outrider.
for a bit.
Don't get killed out there.
No, it's strange. Might be the same way Monster Hunter did Iceborne. Could be. Could be. Punch. So these top three things are all just happening from me punching. Now, Untamed Power is also triggered when I pop any of my other abilities, but the majority of this is from punch activations. You can see I have 172 punches. So more than my other stuff combined. How you doing on this fine Thanatos Saturday? Doing well, Viper. Punching's going well. We got a 346 Boomtown on this build, on stream today. I think it was 346. It was 340 something. So I'm cruising. I'm feeling good about it. And we're not doing any of the shenanigans that Devastator is known for right now. We're not using the top or bottom PAX nodes on the bottom thing. Like, a lot of people are using upheaval plus multi-strike or terms of engagement plus momentum to do silliness. We're using the gun PAX nodes. Not using Earthquake, Impale, Boulder Dash. We Ponchin. Ponchin with Marshal set. Quag gun nodes. It's okay, Viper. I'm using them for melee. I'm using gun stuff for melee. Gun nodes but no gun? Yeah, my gun is just to, like, for single enemies when I don't feel like using abilities on them. And for stacking up armor piercing. And, having this reduces my cooldowns without me having to run Boulder Dash for good cooldowns. So, that's nice too. Guess I'll keep that. Untamed Power and Perseverance Fists. Shit, is that better? I can roll that Impaler to Brawl. I lose the cooldown reduction and the skill leech. But that's more potential damage. Like, if I take a big hit, and if I'm ever, like, super close to death, Perseverance Fist is a big bonus for, like, one punch. But that doesn't happen often. But the firepower would scale up all my shit more. I think that's an upgrade. Yeah, I think that's an upgrade. And close to death on Devastator. It happens from time to time. But not frequently, no. Is Brawl a tier 2? It is. So weird. It's so good for a tier 2. I guess it's because Melee didn't have a lot of support when the game, like, first came out. Brawl is so sick. Also, where the fuck is it? It was utility, not Riders First Began Life. More utility, I'd say, yeah. Very scuffed sentence, I'm gonna go with it. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Average 65 gave me that anomaly power bump. I'm over 1 mil unbuffed now without doing first things first shenanigans. And yes, my firepower is higher than my anomaly power. Leave me alone. It's still a melee build. If I do this, it goes even higher. Because 120 armor pierce, which I can get up to 150 in gameplay. I can get a lot more resist pierce. I want to say I can get up to like 350 or something for resist pierce in gameplay, practically. Okay, I'm finally net positive on healing received. I guess the healing received passive there overcame the penalty from APOC tiers. Nice. Oh, how am I doing on anomaly extract? Very slow. It's faster to replace pieces than it is to upgrade them, because earning anomaly extract outside of the trial is so difficult. But I will very briefly have all on-level gear, and in like 2 expeditions time, I'll have to level again. Try to keep my pieces at max 4 below. Yeah. You get a bonus to stats for being at your highest maximum. But for the most part, I just prioritize keeping my anomaly power pieces on level.
Some kind of switch over there.
And my guns. And I've on level gear 5 minutes later. Well, this aged poorly. It do be like that. I do sometimes forget I have enough firepower that I can actually kill, so I don't need to always just punch for single enemies. I can shoot if they're not annoying. Checking my anomaly power. I think with everything up, with enough enemies around me, I can break 6 mil with my current gear.
Nice view.
And untamed power off of 6 mil anomaly power is pretty decent. Doing a lot of damage, son. I'm trying to, Stone Swan. Trying to. We punching things.
Could be the way forward.
I'm doing melee in a game where people downplay melee. So, like, your thing. Can't relate. Block out my shameful past. That makes one of us. Hey Pinky, how you doing? Don, good to see you. Good, glad to hear. Devastator. We certainly do be devastating. I don't know how I'm always at this part at the 6-minute mark. Like, I can do this a lot faster. Just today I'm slow.
There's a storm brewing. I need to hurry.
Probably would clear this one faster with wider melee AoE
well.
instead of the extra anomaly power in close range. Maybe I switch over to that full time, honestly. Not saying I want Godfall to add Brass Knuckle. Brass Knuckle is a weapon type, and never say I don't want that. That's valid. Hey. AT-31, finally. Rise Cutie? No you. How you doing, Rabbit?
There's a storm coming your way.
I'm out of coffee.
There's a well here.
Sag.
Spewing anomaly energy. It's creating the storm. That's what's causing the vibration.
At least I know I haven't completely lost my mind. Now get out of there.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
of coffee, that's a sin and a crime. I can go grab more. I just gotta take a minute to do that. Good fishing in Final Fantasy XIV. Nice. Crap, today when I was out, I heard someone say to her child, why do you always want to do things that'll get you hurt? And I thought of you. Yeah, that's a rabbit moment. It's actually a really good clairvoyance mantle, but too much of a hoarder. Alright, so what can I afford to upgrade here? Getting gauntlets with anomaly power or firepower would be like a next upgrade, but I would need it to have 2 of these mods, or I would have to give up double jump. And that's like, or I'd have to give up brawl down here, and I don't want to do that. Are there any gloves that roll anomaly or firepower that have 2 of these mods? Anyone happen to know? Either power simulation and martial arts, or power simulation and double jump, or double jump and martial arts? I don't think there are. Because I know you can get 1 in APOC slot, it's just, it needs to have the other in a main slot. Hey Grumpy. Looking devastatingly beautiful today. Thank you. How you doing? And yes, we're petting the pet. I know some people are working on figuring out which mods come in which APOC slots. As far as I'm aware, the way it works is each mod is exclusive to 1 gear slot for APOC mods. Now, that might not be accurate, but that's what I've seemingly experienced, and I've seen a couple other people express the same. Like, I've not seen Untamed Power anywhere other than Boots that I can recall immediately. I'll have to keep an eye. Like, I've never seen Virulent Compound outside of Pants. But it could just be happenstance. Closer TwitchCon gets, the more nervous I get if I have everything ready. You'll be fine, Rabbit. I believe in you. It's the only time I'll ever say that. No, not the only time. Man, I do not have the extract to keep leveling up shit like this. But I gotta. Maybe I'll wait on the gun. Don't have enough for that. Ooh, armors are expensive. I never have enough anomaly extract. This is so... Ugh. Getting more endless mass damage and more anomaly power from that slot would be good. But this one would boost power assimilation, which would be more anomaly power. This one boosts anomaly power and anomaly echo. And probably magma shelter. So upgrading helmet is like priority 1, but I don't have nearly enough anomaly extract to do that. So we trial. I know I was gonna go to the bathroom and get coffee first, but I don't feel like standing up, so Oh well. Now the question is, do I full clear and not farm the boss? Or do I full clear and farm the boss? Or do I just do the most efficient route of this and then full clear, and this and then beeline in front of the boss? I don't know. Or I suppose that one isn't there right now. Why isn't that one there? I'll just go to the boss. Why isn't that there? I was autopiloting, and I'm so used to that one being available. I'll just go to the boss. Excuse me, I'm eating granola. You can't do that for me. I will say, it's nice having reflect bullets for when I actually need to reflect bullets. The game wants you to use Golem for melee because there's Chip Off the Old Block, which is really fun, by the way. The clone from Chip Off the Old Block will jump at flying enemies. It's so cool to see. But it wants you to use that and like the debuff one. But that's a lot of commitment when you could just get more damage elsewhere. Like, Chip Off the Old Block hits hard, but without good Golem uptime, you only get one per activation. So you're looking at least 2 mods for that to be worthwhile. And more Golem uptime is less uptime on the Paladin, the anomaly power on protection skill activation. So unless you're also running reflect bullets, and then not running the always on reflect bullets, you just don't have good uptime on that 45% anomaly power. So melee is weird. Because you have to like prioritize the non-melee stuff to be better at the melee stuff. PC is not liking what I'm doing right now. I think it's running kind of high, actually. I can feel it on my leg. We'll turn the air conditioning on the hot bed. I find that I'm more likely to turn on the AC for my PC than for me. Like, I'll turn it on if my PC needs it, I'll turn it on for my cats, but not for me.
The anomaly's been twisting this place apart for centuries. Maybe because this is so close to whatever the anomaly comes from. Will all of Enoch look like this? Tuma said the father built a palace over his passage. Find his throne room. I can probably
I'll actually have to juggle to the rifle on this, because I think I do need the damage. So, what do I start with? Endless Mass for Mage Armor stacking, or do I save Endless Mass for later? Probably save Endless Mass. I'm gonna shoot in the head for Mage's Rage. Switch to Pistol, Leap, Rad Splash. Switch to Rifle. Shoot for Storm Whip, reload, start punching. Yeah. I'll have to count 15 seconds in my head, but
what the hell are you?
are you okay?
Yeah.
I don't think it's okay. It's okay-ish. It's okay-ish. Everyone asks how much PC costs, not asks how is PC. True. Somewhere I learned that my apartment has half the unit running on the same breaker. I have to run an extension cord so my roommate and I can use our portable ACs at the same time. Or whatever electrician set that up could go step on a Lego. Yeah, that's valid. Not the setup, but your sentiment about it. Yeah. I'll probably restart my game after this trial. It's not running so good.
This has got to be the palace.
My PC's old enough though that like I can't really run any game for longer than 4 hours without issues. And I've had the game open for 5. Because I played for like a couple hours before stream while I was watching Cheese.
Looks like Father's throne room. Must have been pretty impressive once.
Straight grinding. You know it, Thermal. You know it. It's going well though. I'm having good results. The build's feeling pretty smooth. Had a couple personal best clear times today. Based on how the Arbiters in this go though, I think I do want to prioritize boss damage a little more. I think I can give up that extra AP for enemies in close range for something a little more single target oriented. Maybe I go back to running Despair. Which is double anomaly damage to a target for 5 seconds after you leap at them. Maybe I do that. What other mods would be a good single target for this chat? Armor mod wise. Or weapon mod wise, really. AP or FP based, I have a lot of both, so either work. DLC is all about the father, trying to think of DLC all about the mother. Like, I hope they do more content for this game, post-World Slayer. Like, I didn't really have an interest in the game world, honestly, before World Slayer, but the storytelling in this part of the game actually kind of grabbed me. I think it's pretty cool. What if the father was really Quadra all along? Devastator can launch himself about 50 to 100 meters by harnessing his innate magnetic manipulation power to fly. Also Devastator. Oh no, a slight obstacle blocks the way. I have to take a moment to remove it. True. Just ledges in Pokemon all over again, man. At least in those games, Grumpy, you have the excuse of you're a 10-year-old, so you're probably just afraid.
All the stories she told me, they were about her. For all of it. 1,000 years ago. My God. She's ancient.
This is anomaly power. Rolled untamed power. Naturally. I could swap Bleed Them All for Brawl. And Barrel Roll would actually be more useful than Perseverance Fists, generally speaking. I'd also get Anomaly Power Scaling. Status Power Scaling would be nice for Vulnerable Duration. On this, I think that's an upgrade. Cool. Solid base from our DLC. I agree, Pico. I agree.
Some kind of private chambers.
Game could get as much attention as like a Borderlands game content in class. I doubt we'd get something like that. And what's interesting is they never intended this game as like a live service or anything. People just love it and want them to do that. So I think they've given this game a lot more attention than they ever intended to. You love to see the result, though.
Writing a language from galaxies away that hadn't even been invented yet.
Actually, instead of Brawl, do I run Concussive Force? So I get the range? What do you guys think? I lose 75% melee damage on the base. But bigger range. Single target's my problem right now, not mobbing. Single target versus bosses specifically. So, I think I just take the damage. Where is... How'd I forget this again? We just went through this like 10 minutes ago or something. Like, hello? Okay, there we go. She's about making all different DLC for each member of the family. Yeah, the cousin. You have DLC about the father. What about the stepfather? 2027 Stepbrother DLC gone wild. I don't know about that one. Outriders 2 should be a thing. Yeah, hopefully. I think they made a cool game world and solid gameplay concept here.
Here we go. This must be Father's secret passage. No one else has been past here in 1,000 years.
I mean, no valid targets. Graveweed, why are you like this? Actually, I could just shoot. It's not that problem. A single target shooting damage against Orcrail is a lot better than I thought it would be. I suppose that's what auto crits does. Like, if I leap to that enemy, it's the only one, so I just do get the auto crits. So wait, a DLC about the mother would be about the anomaly, right? I enjoyed that, I'm glad. Solid nose exhale would have been risky, I had to shrink. That's high praise. Freezing me. More resistant. Once the spin-off about the demigod, it starts killing all the other gods. You got Kratos just shows up. I like it. I gotta remember to actually roll for that mod. Yeah, so regarding someone's question from earlier, looks like Magma Shelter is having trouble hitting the boss, but the actual melee hits, so like it's fine. Only part of my damage I'm losing. The Demi Outrider, kill the Outriders. With the tagline, who rides the Outriders? Hire me. Yes, Grumpy. Up yours, Woke Outriders. Let's see who those memes will never get old. That's one that's just gonna live forever. Especially considering the type of person stupid enough to say something like that. It's fantastic. We do love dunking on trans folks.
Father must have sealed the passage with this obelisk somehow.
I feel like I'm missing context. A well-known conservative nutcase got banned on Twitter for anti-trans stuff, as they often do. So they came back and like posted a really cringy fucking rant about it. Concluding with, up yours, woke moralists, let's see who cancels who. It's so memeable. It's so memeable.
Father must have written all this. Tuma said he was consumed by his visions. The past and future. Everything. My God. The size of this world.
So there's this guy who's a stupid person, smart person. Exactly, Cal. That describes exactly that person. It's just so funny because you can tell when a stupid person thinks they're the smartest person in the room because they'll just say dumb shit that they think is so heavy and profound and impactful and insightful. But it's just so dumb. And being stupid is not, like, inherently bad. Like, you're not a lesser human being for being stupid, but if you're stupid and an asshole, that's when we make fun of you. So fuck that guy.
Was the father building a goddamn army in some kind of stasis? For what?
Rockman game, and you know it's stale. It's going well. We doing Rockman Melee. We do a bit of Yep Rock around here. That's what that pistol is useful for. I got silenced by a Shadow Beast there, so I can't punch, I can't use abilities. So in that situation I have to either shoot or use Rad Splash, Clip Combustion. I do want an APOC tiered pistol, so I can get Rad Splash, Clip Combustion, and Moaning Winds on one. That would be cool. I mean, I could do that on a main slot as well, and then just make my my first things first gun a pistol. Either works.
They're still not moving. If they were guarding something, they'd be waking up by now. Maybe I'm not the threat they were meant for. Not that I'm complaining. I think I'll keep quiet all the same.
I need titanium. Alright, depending on how fast this goes, I might just farm the boss. We'll see. Because I did just up APOC tiers, I do need all the help I can get getting my shit on level. I think after done with this trial, I'm gonna restart my game. Then we'll go back in and try out Despair on my boots. Or not my boots. Because I changed my boots. Do I have a mod slot for that free now? I'd have to give up something else. Maybe we don't try out Despair. Because, yeah, I gave up a slot for that. Just go with... Ooh, that's a Death Shield with Dimensional Rockets. That's cool. It's like the same thing, but on level. Different substats. Close range damage healing received instead of healing received status power. And mine's better, but I'll keep that in case. Okay.
This place. It must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army. How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father? Shit. What if this is where all the big guys were on the move to?
Yeah, shooting's the answer because the auto crits. Cool. Yeah, instead of just juggling, I should just shoot. I guess that means maybe I do Fortress on the other gun. Never get a good final penance. Like, weakening bullets is like, okay. If that had been like Fortress or something, that'd have been neat. But no, never lucky. Stigmatize. I guess I'll keep that. Alright, let's farm it. May as well. There it goes. Come on, PC, you can do it. I believe in you. There you go. Yeah, the month of grind is, needed. Plan is to replace this thing, like, next month. Okay, I'm not gonna switch. Just shoot, because auto crits on single target really, really, really nice. Kinda makes me want to build more crit damage, honestly.
This place must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army.
Yeah, that Achilles heel mod is putting in work, now that I think about it.
How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father?
I suppose because of the frequency of critting, dimensional rockets would be pretty good on this as well, instead of Snow Squall. But beggars can't be choosers. Ow.
Yeah, whatever. Time to die. Even if you had to wait here 1,000 years for it.
slightly on the slow side for, you know, speedy kills of this, but this is like the only enemy in the game that actually takes a bit. And I could make him faster if I just waited for ads and endless mess. Ooh, twice as hot on a Seism Commander helmet. That's interesting. I like the DLC. Love Theorycraft and the new Apocalypse gear. Absolutely loving it, Schmidward. It's a good time. I'm doing some weirdness right now. We're doing a melee setup, and I'm not using any like the usual suspect Devastator things I've seen other people using, and that's felt pretty nice.
This place.
Doing melee with a Marshal set.
Answering some call to join
And
Father's
the
army.
top packs tree. And it's quite enjoyable.
How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father? Shit. What if this is where all the big guys were on the move to? Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years.
Need to work on my dev, put the least hours in that class. Dev is the one I put the most hours into. I just enjoy the movement of it a lot. Hey Beaver, how you doing? Good to see you. I want to like Judgment Enforcer, but it's definitely not a messenger option. I'll go with this so I can take the firepower thing. Death Ray and Emerald Chaos. That just sounds funny. Juggler with Grand Opening. Grand Opening Scrap Grenade sounds like a funny combo. Sure. I'll keep that. At the very least, that's going to be entertaining. Trickster Bane, been playing a lot of AP Pyro lately. Pyro's doing some crazy stuff, yeah. I'm torn between what I want to do next. I want to do either Blightfire Techno or Melee Trickster, and I'm not sure. Not sure which. I want to do those. I want to do a Phaser Beam Pyro. I have lots of builds I want to do, and the way this game's structured, that'll take up a lot of time, which I don't mind. Blightfire is currently what I'm doing, waiting for the bug fix. What's bug with Blightfire, Pico, if you don't mind me picking your brain? Let's be real, we know it'll be melee. Fucking probably. I wasn't always like this. I didn't always just do melee. I don't know when I changed. The Archon confirmed for me that some toxic buffs are not affecting Blightfire. Okay. I suspected that that was the case. I'm pretty sure I asked about that on day 1 of Worlds there. I was like, or day 2. I was like, does toxic buffs affect Blightfire?
How many of Enoch's creatures are being
good to have that confirmation, though.
Called by father. Shit. What if this is where all the big guys were on the move?
Because I want to do Blightfire on other classes, too. I'm weird. Blightfire Pyro sounds like fun.
Yeah, whatever. Time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years.
I don't have a command for that, but I can go over the setup for you. This is not its best showing. In fact, this is the only area of the game where I'm not quite satisfied with the build currently. Really, 2 in a row? Okay. Basically, if this attack is happening on the dev, your damage is 1. So I gotta figure out single target bossing on this setup. What? Oh, I died. I died during the stutter. Oh well, I farmed him 3 times. I don't care. So, that's what I gotta figure out. On-level gear would help me take less damage there. I gotta figure out single target bossing. That's fine. Yeah, Magma Shelter was doing a lot there, which implies more firepower. Attack is indefensible. It's not. You can outrun it, and also you can just hang out in gravelly biframes, which I should have done more of. I just didn't pay enough attention. Totally my own fault I got hit. No excuses. Oh yeah. So I don't have a fortress option right now. We'll keep that doing what it's doing. That's on level. Higher power assimilation is going to be a pretty big boost, but putting this on level bigger. Enough for this? Nope. Absolutely not. But yeah, setup-wise, I'm running a purple attack rifle, armor-piercing primary with Mage's Rage, Anomaly Enhancement. Snow Squall's just kind of there. Because this mod here, Magma Shelter, does a bunch of things. The cover thing we don't care about, but the bonus damage it gives scales off firepower, so we want firepower. That's why Anomaly Enhancement's there. But also it speeds up melee animation, so it just lets us do the actual punches really fast. Doing Marshal set, because grouping up enemies with Endless Mass is just fast clear. And we can group them up and punch to wipe bosses very quickly as well. My fastest way of farming that Arbiter would be to wait for him to spawn ads and then just group them on him with Endless Mass and punch him. Could probably like two-shot him with that. I just have a Reload Nova pistol currently. I have this one-shot rifle, armor-piercing primary with Anomaly Enhancement first things first, because I can, with some trickery, keep first things first on for more armor-piercing, and because I'm running no resistance against the Fortified, to increase resist piercing by armor piercing, and then I have Unstoppable Force to increase anomaly power by 50% of resist piercing. We just have a ton of armor pierce and resist pierce for more AP. Also, because I'm actually shooting, and I get auto crits as long as I hit few enough enemies with my leap and endless mass, the armor piercing does just help my gun. Power assimilation is really nice for mobbing. Martial arts lets us spam punches. Brawl is more punch damage. Untamed power triggers every time we punch, which is a lot. Cooldown's 5.9, 8.4, 5.8 on Gravel Leap currently, because our Pax tree, we went with the topmost path. So this node is a lot of cooldown based on armor piercing, plus giving more armor piercing. This one is either armor piercing or auto crits, depending on what I'm doing in combat, and I can just get both by using Leap twice. So those are cool. These don't really do much. Weapon Leech is very minor healing from range, which is why I chose it over Hardened. But with my gear under leveled, I should probably pick Hardened. Just haven't. Finishing Touch is sometimes useful. Hunting Season is sometimes useful. Devastator tree, go these 2 points to get armor piercing, and then go down here. Increasing firepower by anomaly power is great in this setup because it's a hybrid type thing. Paladin, that's why we're using reflect bullets at all, honestly. Just 45% anomaly power. Strong Arm of the Anomaly is a lot of resist pierce, which is not only good on its own, but it's also a lot of AP. And then pretty standard choices on here. Of course, Strong Arm of the Law, because more base damage for the melee. And then Ascension-wise, I just have 40 in Anomaly, 12 in Brutality, 20 in Prowess right now. But we need more Extract. Need more. Mold Depths. How much is Mold Depths? 87k, like 10 minutes. Run lines, 76k for like 6 minutes. To frontline. This frontline's much faster. Oh yeah, I was gonna restart my game. Shit, I forgot. Oh well. I will just have to tolerate it running poorly. Pog Outriders lore.
You want me to raise your soldiers' morale? There's no one left.
Now you know the clusterfuck I'm dealing with.
Back from the store with alcohol. Ooh, what'd you get, fam? tall boys, red's wicked apple, sour grape, four loco. Never had one before. And half and half twisted tea. Nice. Some of those were nostalgic for me.
Artillery support incoming!
Grandpa Quag at it again. Yes. Hey, why did that hit?
Coast looks clear.
That was over.
What the? That's one of our pods. Maybe it's landed on the insurgent side. Can't.
Shores of Normandy, Outriders Edition. Something like that. I am noticing I'm somewhat more squishy here on 31. This is probably a point where I have to actually start paying attention to survivability again. At least until my gear's on level again. Which will take a while, considering how slow it is to get anomaly extract. Ugh. I hope that's better after they rework trial rewards, doing troves and stuff. Hopefully that's good. Because like a full troves run, being 9 guaranteed APOC legendaries, and then I get all the extra purples as well.
You again. Why do you persist with this? Could have waited for the last word.
Yeah, damage is no problem here. Cool.
Remember that freak I fought last time? The one who nearly buried me alive?
Am I gonna
Only
have
about
to
40
take you
seconds
out of the
behind
rubble
where I
again?
was on last tier with like
Access granted.
He's sung his last. And the pod's ours.
on level gear.
Great. Then
43
out of
seconds. My best is
curiosity,
603,
can you explain to
602.
me why that pod didn't land with the rest of them?
Sub 6 totally possible if you're just like not bad at video games,
Or maybe it just wanted to fuck with us.
like I am.
All the
It's
same.
I need to learn proper decision making with this particular setup. Most of my time on frontline is with the old cookie cutter earthquake stuff, so certain sightline issues I don't have to deal with. Just need to adapt, improvise, overcome, as they say. Improvise, adapt, overcome, whatever the order is. All my damage in this build is centered around me, unless I've recently leapt to something or endless massed something that's on its own for my gun. 300 mil from the melee. I didn't get good enemy groupings, that's why my Marshal damage lost to my Untamed Power damage. But that's my fault too. Actually, wait. No, I shouldn't scrap that. That's what I'm using. I'll just change that out for non-level 1. Cool. Paxian. Love me some Paxian.
Hey, it's Chana.
I'm not the only one here.
I like the punching, it's just effective. Another use of Magma Shelter is you could always use melees to cancel like landing animations, and it was sometimes faster, but since Magma Shelter melee animation is ridiculously fast, you can cancel out of some troublesome animations. Saves you a few seconds here and there. It's quite nice.
There's pharaohs in the farm. No sign of the survivors. Shit. More incoming.
Open with Rad Splash after a leap. Then switch and shoot to stack mages. Yeah.
Found a pod. It's gonna give me a hard time for dark.
This shit is glorious.
They didn't make it.
Cool.
The survivors found a pod.
I like that expedition.
They got caught
Just
before
fun.
they could open
Good
it.
mix of enemies.
A shame. Whatever you can recover
Sub 7
from that
Paxian's
pod,
okay.
we'll use it to honor those
Other
poor
builds can go a
lost
lot
souls.
faster, but I'm
Charge
poaching.
detected. Access granted.
Do a lot of damage. Firepower Devastator takes about 10 minutes for this expedition. What kind of weapons stuff you using? I am more. I don't have much experience with firepower dev. This build just kind of accidentally got decent firepower through me doing other things, so that's why I'm able to like shoot to some amount of success. But for the most part, this is an anomaly setup. I've always just kind of enjoyed those more. Damage link, tier 3-1 completely evades me. Other ones, have triggers on hit. Yeah, this is a melee build. So most of my damage is Untamed Power, Lacerating Push, Magma Shelter, and then Marshal set if I get good enemy groupings. Paxian doesn't really favor Marshal too well outside of the first 2 rooms. But yeah, I think if I was to build like a pure firepower dev, I would still likely have a lot of AP. Because this is where I'm at right now. I have a lot of firepower and a lot of AP. I'm running Anomaly Enhancement to take advantage of that, and then I have Anomaly Bullets as well. But it's mostly punch and shoot if I need to. I'm able to get good gun play mostly out of this. Auto crits against isolated enemies is pretty nice. So against boss fights, I can just body shot in between punches for some good sustain. Pack's identical for me. Nice. Ooh, Boomtown. I have been experimenting with mods a little bit. I need to get better APOC slot stuff. Usually entomb the elites and burn them down quickly. Yeah.
Outrider.
What APOC tier you on? I don't get to talk to other Devastators super often, so I'm excited. Sorry for all the questions. I left the straggler. Oh, that's smart of me. Now just doing all achieves, so playing size of set and build. Yeah, it took me so long to get the tremor progression because I just don't like the tremor gameplay. So that took me a bit to grind out that achievement. Like I just had to put tremor on a build not around tremor and just kind of let it do its thing while it was eating one of my skill slots, and I was just doing other stuff. Really? Yeah, I just don't care for tremor. Not enjoyable to me. Not active enough. I have weird tastes, probably.
What the hell is that noise?
It's one of my favorite skills for the firepower build. Oh yeah, the firepower boost. Yeah. That's probably my lack of having done a pure firepower build showing through a little bit. Alright, detected. Ooh. Senior clearing, trust me, at least my current build pales frontier clear. Ah, everyone can enjoy different playstyles. 340, that's a new personal best. Cool. That's the fastest Boomtown I've done. And my gear's under leveled now. We got the 346 on A30. We got to A31 today. And shaved off 6 seconds without upgrades. Practice. Pays off.
Outrider detected.
Cullen, the bandit
Access
leader's
granted.
taken care of. Your pass is clear. Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents. Defected to our side months ago. Thought they'd get an easier time, but
And yeah, back
just
to
posted them
the
right back
topic.
to the front.
Like, a slower
Instead,
clear
they took
doesn't
off and
necessarily
settled down
mean
in my
your
territory.
build doesn't
Why I gotta
compare.
suffer
Like,
for
yours
Corrigan
is still
being
very
a
likely
goddamn
better
idiot? I'll
than
never
mine
know.
in some scenarios. For example, this was a little bit before you got here, but I had some trouble with, because honestly, I wasn't paying close attention, but even then, DPS kind of underwhelming against the arbiters in the trial. I should probably carry a second set of gear to swap around for that. Honestly, Marshal set doesn't do much for me in that fight, so I should really switch to Concussioner or Seismic Commander for that. But I don't have Seismic Commander gear prepped for this, and then rolling the mods on that would be so awkward. I could just switch my PAX tree up real quick and then go to Boulder Dash, but that's so cheesy. Yeah, Marshal set goated. Especially the phases they start whirling axes around. Yeah, I often just sit in Grav Leap iframes as long as I possibly can for that. You can wait out about half of the cast without being tangible. But then you gotta either run or fight for the other half. Depending on how tanky you are, you can just get caught out before your health gate gets back. I also didn't roll much that run. I could roll more for barrel roll, because that's a lot of firepower, honestly. Almost 100k firepower just for rolling. I'm out of AP, or armor piercing shards again. That's happened like 5 times today. Gotta say, I find it amusing how you have that much firepower and not focused on it. Yeah, it's accidental for the most part. Like, the only ways I went out of my way to get firepower is anomaly enhancement and anomaly bullets. Otherwise, I just kind of have that. Like, where is it coming from? It's just from there. I guess anomaly echo gives me a little bit. That's pretty much it. I just have that much firepower. Why is firepower so easy to get compared to anomaly power? Get a lot from weapon by default. That's true. You don't have like a one item giving a big number for anomaly power the way you do for firepower.
Time ago.
Although with firepower you do have to luck out and get a high roll, whereas anomaly power you just get the same on armor regardless. The only thing that changes on your armor is your armor. Although I suppose there's something out there that scales AP off of armor, probably. And suck another luck. I have such bad luck with high rolls on armor and firepower. Like, I don't even pay attention anymore. I just look at the mods.
Looks like Kang's fighters have already set up camp.
You weren't spawned in yet. Must say I'm growing to love Seismic Anomaly build currently. Yeah. Seismic skills are really strong. They kind of always have been, but even more so nowadays. I did a lot of that with my experience with the game pre-World Slayer, playing from launch through New Horizons, and then not playing for a bit. So I just kind of wanted to change it up. That's why I'm not using Seismic stuff very much. I leveled with Hail and some Bannerlord stuff, though. That was fun. But in like the high 50s, high mid 50s, I started doing other stuff. Just for change of pace, you know?
There's a sealed gate leading to the monument. Doesn't look like Kang had any.
And I wanted to push the bounds of melee, see how far I could take it. Been very pleasantly surprised. Especially considering how poor my luck with APOC slots has been. There's some very clear upgrades I could have with good APOC slots. But I'm getting by.
Gates open. Whoa. The pack sure knew how to impress.
I'm really liking the mix of gunplay and melee and abilities I'm able to do with this setup. It's quite satisfying. This is the most I've shot guns in this game, like, in my entire time with it. There's always an anomaly build guy. Range.
Tiago, the monument's clear. I got the pod.
You did it, Outrider. And Gang's fighters are on the run. For the time being.
Outrider detected.
Outrider detected.
Back in our lands, interfering again. Haven't you done enough, Outrider?
If you're still alive, clearly not.
You're clearly capable, I should have never doubted that. When everyone slips up, eventually, even you. And when you do, I'll be there to watch you fall.
Show your face sometime, Kang. And I might start taking you seriously.
I would like to see expeditions be made more rewarding in some sort of balance pass going forward. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Melee top dog. Beat out Untamed Power, that's impressive. Means I was getting a lot of multi-target melees. Marshal all the way down there. We didn't have much grouping. Yeah, Magma Shelter beating out Marshal means enemies were very spread out. My assault rifle put in work. Oh, this would have been so good if it was armor-piercing primary. Ah, that's so sad. I'll keep it. Maybe I'll find another use for it. I have a lot of drop pod resources now. I haven't had over $1 mil in a bit. So normally I'm very spendy. Well, seismic commanders with concussive force. But seismic commander gloves aren't AP, and those mods, if you're not doing earthquake, are just kind of like, if I am doing earthquake, why would I be doing melee? I don't think I can justify rolling off of that though. That's so much anomaly extract to buy. Whatever. I'll make it back. Chances of me getting that roll again are not high enough for me to pass it up. If I can get one of these with clip combustion in the APOC slot, that'd be real nice. Glorious Fudge, what's happening? You've seen statue pieces all the time. Oh, are you having rough luck with getting them? Oh, I'm sorry. I see a lot of statue, not enough Marshal. Can we trade luck? Keep getting those? Oh. It do be like that. I probably shouldn't burn this many drop pod resources right now, but I can always just run more expeditions. And it's nice to sometimes just spend. No, there's no tradings that are in this game. It's probably for the best thinking about it, because it helps curb distribution of illegitimately obtained stuff. People still do it, but it's harder without a trade system. And yeah, it sucks that we have to like plan around people who just cheat. But if it helps game health, then whatever. Yeah, alright, I got lots more grinding to do. I need a lot more anomaly extract. It's so hard to get that without just doing the trials. And I like expeditions too much for me to spend all of my time in there. I'll probably grind more of that today. Off stream. But it is, it's quitting time for me. Never said cheating in video games, like what do you gain from it? Some people just live to flex on other people, regardless of how they actually, got there. I don't know, it's weird. Anyway, quitting time for me. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping in on Variety Saturday. Tomorrow's my day off. I will next be live on Monday with Wonderlands, my main game. Let's find somewhere for us to go. I hope you all have a happy, healthy, safe rest of your weekend. Do some cool shit. Eat some good food, etc., etc. Birdman's doing Outrider stuff. Let's go say hi to Birdman. He's also playing Devastator. Hey Felicia. Sorry. Sorry. Alright, let's raid Birdman. If you got Quag Chad, let's spam Quag Chad. Not lazy for once. We don't always raid lazy, we just mostly raid lazy. I like to raid people who are, who I actually watch, who are playing the same game. Keep loving the directory when I can. Let's go ahead and copy that. I will see you guys over there. Don't you roast me, fan. See you Monday. I clearly need water. Alright, bye.
They're gonna go fucking. This is where I